October 28th. Oops, get that mic on.
Good morning, there's the mic. October 28th, just a few minutes before the open, and we are back at it. Looking at the daily here. Good morning, there's the mic. October 28th, just a few minutes. There we go. To 83. Well, today I'm going to be doing more of the same. I'm going to be watching the close of each 5-minute bar. I may watch it the last minute and 15 to possibly the last minute and a half. For myself, I found it very beneficial last week, and so I'm going to be doing more of the same. I don't know about the whole week, but for today I'll be doing a lot of that. So, the market's getting ready to open here. So back to RTH. Watch and see where we open up. Alright, let's see how we open this thing. Again, I'm going to go dark. I'll have the screen up, but I'm going to let each 5-minute bar play out, and then I'll come back, watch the close of it, kind of assess what I'm seeing at different levels. So it's very rare that I do anything right on the open. And I probably need to just make that a rule that I don't do anything right away. There are some extenuating circumstances that, price action lends itself to a really good trade right away. But those are more advanced skills, I'd say, at least for me. All right. Close that one down. So we'll let the market open up. Let it kind of shake out, do its thing for the first few minutes here, and then we'll assess it, see where we're at. Check out levels. Let me slide this over a bit too. So kind of recap what we did. On Friday. Right from the get-go, we just had that big push up. And then buyers weren't around. So I'm interested to see where we open today. Probably, where we spend the first 15 minutes to the first half hour. See if the market's trying to show us anything. Definitely a funky, ugly day on the daily. Daily candle looks just kind of weird. So I was thinking about this weekend, defining success. And for me, in trading and observing, I really think that success is feeling the same way with the same level of confidence, same level of self-assurance every day, no matter what the market does. So no matter if I've got a lot of opportunities or little, no matter if I take a trade that's a winner or a loser or many in between, some that are winners, some that are losers, that I have that same feeling, that same, just same mental state every single day. That being consistent in that area, in that arena, is what success feels like to me. So today we're back doing hard things, for me at least. Just observing the close of every 5-minute bar. We'll go with like the last minute and 15. I think that'll be helpful. See where the bar wants to close and try to assess what the market's trying to tell us. Alright, I'm going to do the last minute on this first bar. Just recalibrate my clock here, it gets a little bit off, so let's see. 3, 4, there we go. Alright, we'll let that be. Let's check it out here. Alright. I'm going to pull up my daily. Let's look at it. Here we are. It's like an NQ. Let's come up trying to hold that. Here's the NQ daily. Alright, so we got another 30 seconds on this one. We know that it's come down to that same kind of 70 level. It's trying to hold above it. We'll see if the bulls can push up, be strong, get above it. We don't have any news today, so that's kind of out of the way, which is nice. All right, we're kind of back in that little range right here. I'm going to close it down here. We'll let this next bar set up. Again, a lot of my trading is pretty simple. I don't have a lot of things pulled up. I'm just watching how price reacts at certain levels. So for me, it's been really beneficial to just watch and observe the close of each of these 5-minute bars. So throughout the day watching these 5-minute candles, I like to try to get a sense as far as where either buyers or sellers were surprised. And on Friday, we noted that this bar right here, this little hammer, this was probably a surprise to buyers, right? Like they were expecting price to hold here, and it does its thing, but then they're hoping that it pushes higher. So this is probably a surprise to them. Another surprise area was probably right here when we couldn't hold above 81, came right back below it. So today we'll be looking to see, based on a lot of this data here, where surprises may be occurring. All right, I'm gonna go live. We'll kind of check out, see where this one's developing. Back here at 71, could it be that buyers are surprised here? Maybe so, right? Because they dipped it down and then brought it up. We were back here, and so it seems like we could potentially go lower here. I'm gonna pull up RTH, or pull up the daily rather. There's the daily. Look at NQ again. All right. So buyers are a little disappointed probably. Again, it's early though. It's on a Monday. Just start off the week. We're 10 whole minutes into the trading day. So, like most days, I'm going to be committed to letting price develop. Be committed to observing well. Be committed to feeling the same way every day. All right. So we're going to close that out. Well, no. This one's about to close. We'll watch this close here. See where we end up. And then I'll halt it. We'll let the next one develop. So couldn't get above 81. That was the sticking point the other day on Friday. That was where the surprise took place. So kind of came down on the open here, tried to get above it. Sellers are definitely there at 81. So we'll see now if they try to close this gap, and then if or where they can find any support down here. There's a little food for thought. Let's shrink this down. So it's important to define what success is to you. And how often have I, had a good day and felt like, yeah, I'm successful. Or you have a bad day and you feel like, oh, I'm not successful. For me, a good metric of success is really feeling the same every day. The same level of confidence, the same level of self-assurance every day, no matter what the market does, no matter what it offers you. No matter if you've taken a win or a loss or a lot of wins or a lot of losses, it's feeling the same every single day. It's not doubting your ability. So there's been, a lot of times the way I trade, it kind of goes in cycles, like patterns of waves, right? Where You know, you might get a surge and there's good waves to ride for a while, and then it kind of calms down. You got to wait, you got to be patient. So throughout the week and even the month, there's days where it's like, there's not much for me to do. I really don't want to get too involved here. And I feel like, is there ever going to be a good setup that comes along for me again? Then lo and behold, right as you're waiting, you think, oh, here comes something that's nice. Let me jump on this. Let me get involved. And so whether the market's offering me a lot or a little, success is feeling the same every day. It's not doubting your ability. It's not, when the market, maybe you've got 2-3 days in a row where you're just not trading a lot. You're pretty selective. Again, I'd rather trade something that I have real conviction about, something I feel really nice about, versus just being in to be in, versus just doing something because I need to do something. So walking in consistency in all ways, but most of all, to be consistent in your thoughts. All right, let's unfreeze the screen here. We'll watch the last, call it like minute and 20 on this guy. We'll see if the bulls want to try to hold this level. And again, we find ourselves right in this area of importance. This was kind of the make or break area for the bulls on Friday. They were trying to hold the open and they couldn't. So here, we'll see if they want to try to hold this and peekaboo above it, or if they're gonna come up here again, get weak and close the gap. Again, it's early yet. It's a Monday morning. No news out today or anything like that. So we'll let the market show us what it's gonna do. My best trades are usually when I have some intuition, have a little bit of a hunch or a feel, and then in correspondence with that, I see a good area to get involved, a nice area to take a trade. So right now, not a whole lot going on. Other areas of importance, I noted these areas on Friday and thought if the bulls did hold this area, first area to get through was definitely that 84 where there was that low volume node. Hold that thought. All right, let me cancel that out. And then I would say 88 to 90. Then obviously 93. But let's look at areas to the downside. Obviously this 55 level. But again, it'll depend on how we get there too. A lot depends on how we get to a certain area. So I've said this before, I like to map out areas and be aware of certain areas, but even more than that, it's important to me how price gets to a certain area. So like here on Friday, obviously, we mentioned 55 earlier in the day, but it takes out this level and then it just races to 55. It gets there, buyers really can't come in, so very important how we get there. So today we'll be doing some check-ins for sure. We'll be pulling up this screen. Let me get rid of this one here. We'll be asking ourselves, what is the market currently doing? Is there something we expect it to do? How in sync am I with the market today? Am I reading it well? If so, I should be trading it. If I'm not, I probably should be stepping back. Am I calm and peaceful? Am I searching for a trade versus letting one present itself? Do I have an idea about getting involved? Can I identify a stop within a tight range? Do I feel I have to be active, or am I at peace waiting? Do I feel compulsion to place a trade? Yes or no? And lastly, let's rate your day at the end of the day. Start strong, but more importantly, let's end strong. So today I'm giving myself a little bit more time in watching these bars close. I felt like a minute was a little short, so Today it'll be anywhere from like a minute 20 to a minute and a half. We'll want to see how price reacts in certain areas. I found it beneficial for myself. All right, we'll open this one up soon and see what price is doing. This bar's still got another minute 20. Trying to hold it. I feel like if they can't get it above 76 though, that it may fail. So for me too, watching these bars close, it slows things down for me. I can tend to be aggressive when the market's really moving fast and it seems like things are just going a million miles an hour. But for me, as an active discipline, as doing things that are hard, I feel like watching the close of these bars, it slows me down. It helps me know a bit more that if there is a move, that 90% of the time I'm not going to miss it. Most times I'll be able to not only see what's going on, but I'll also be able to get involved. So it's been helpful. It's been a good discipline for me. It's not easy, but this channel is going to be about doing things that are not easy. It's going to be about taking the path of most resistance so that eventually we'll be used to that and we'll get stronger. Because inevitably, there's going to be resistance with trading. So you might as well choose to do the things that are hard and make yourself better and be prepared. All right, so for me currently, not so much based on today, well maybe a little bit on today, but going back to price action Friday, 76, could be important. But again, for me, the more data that we have come through, the more price action, the more bars we see, the more we'll have a better idea what's going on. So again, for me personally, I've talked about if you were to watch someone paint something, if you were to watch a sketch artist, maybe you're on a romantic evening with your wife, your girlfriend, walking through the city, you see a guy sketching something, and you've got to guess what he's drawing. It's usually easier to guess the more he's drawn. So for me personally, it's usually a little bit easier for me to understand what the market's doing as I give it a little bit of time. As I let price just do its thing, as I let the market show me its personality for that day. So that's what we'll focus on. So what are you committed to today? What's something that you are committed to do today? I'll tell you what I'm committed to today. What can I control today? I'm committed to focusing on things I can control. Can I control the market movement? Absolutely not. But I can control steady emotions. I can control how I interpret price action. So if I'm seeing price move, I can control what I'm feeling, how I'm interpreting that information. I can control my mental state, being calm and easy. I can control checking in. Checking in meaning taking a continual kind of inventory. as I'm observing price. So those are things I know I can control. I'll be right back. I'm still here. Let's see. All right, let me. All right, got about 1:10 to go on this bar. 68, I don't know, not a whole bunch here to get excited about. Let me look at the ETH, extended trading hours. All right, so that's kind of the lower part of overnight. I know we had this in the overnight sesh, right? It kind of just pushed up, came up really strong. Bulls, I think, would want to try to hold 68. So we'll see what they can do here. Again, I feel bulls are in control above that 76 level. All right, we'll let that one close. See if it's gonna hold or be kind of weak there. Check this out real quick. All right, let's open it up here. Okay, more of the same. Bulls trying to hold that overnight area. Call it 68. I really feel they need to get it above 76 though to show they're in control. So points of contention for the Bulls, I feel are 76 and then even 81. So high a day. We're only a half hour into the trading day, so we're not too deep in just yet. So he has blasted up from that 55 level. So overnight session, the low where it just blasted up first thing Sunday evening was right around here, right around this like 56, shot way up. And I'm gonna back off. Again, curious to see what they do at 76. Then 81, even 85 if they're able to get it up that high. We'll do a half-hour check-in here. Again, I know we did the check-in not long ago, but we'll check in again. So we'll ask ourselves, what's the market currently doing? What do you expect it to do? How in sync are you with price action today? Are you calm and easy, or are you concerned? Are you searching for a trade versus letting one present itself? Do you have an idea about getting involved? Now for me, it's super early yet. There used to be times where I'd come in and it's like within the first few minutes I'm placing trades, and just the way that I trade, I've realized that less is more. So we're a half hour into the first day of the week. Do you have an idea about getting involved? How would you rate it? Can you identify a stop within a tight area? Do you feel you have to be active, or are you at peace waiting? Do you feel compulsion to place a trade? Lastly, rate your day at the end of the day. I know this is boring. I know it's kind of hard. It's hard for me, but it's been beneficial. unfreeze the chart here. These two feel kind of similar to these two over here. So let's see where this closes. I suppose if you're short, you'd be wrong above, well, for me, if I was looking to get short, I'd probably be wrong above like 73.5. Looking for a close lower. So they're trying to hold that, but so far it's just weak. There's no real buyers stepping in here. So I wonder if they push it lower first. I don't know, not much to say or do right here. All right, I'm gonna go back to that. All right, let's see where we're at here. There we are. So still Kind of a whole bunch of nothing, really, at this point. We'll see if ES can get past. Oh, let's see. I mentioned here that it looked kind of weak and that I'd have a stop. If I were short, I'd have a stop at like 73.5. Bulls, to be in control, want to get it above 76. And probably 81. We'll see if they're around. Look at the daily. See how that looks. Let's look at NQ daily. NQ trying to push up there. Fill in that little gap. There you go. Kind of a little bit bigger of a bar for the bulls there. See if they can get above 76. All right, let me flip on the screen. All right, pretty muted this morning, pretty muted. Bulls wanted above 76. All right. 76, not able to get above it just yet. All right, what do we got? 1:50 left to go on this one. All right, let's see how this guy closes. Little rejection there at 76. So not a lot going on. Could be kind of a little bit of a bull trap going on here. I don't want to read too much into it though. It's pretty muted so far. Minute to go on this bar. All right, this bar's almost closed. Not really much going on right here, at least for me. Again, bulls wanted above 76. Okay. All right, got another, about a minute and a half until I unlock the chart here. I'm going to watch and see where this 5-minute bar closes. I'm just working on some directive affirmations for myself. I'm just thinking about ego, self-image, what I'm committed to. Realizing that trading is as simple as I choose to make it. So here's some of the things I'm committed to. Trading really is as simple as I choose to make it. I want to choose to work with an attitude of thankfulness and build a generous community of traders. And know, like, there are many days in the month where I read the market really well. And it's those days that I pounce, and get super active on. Let's see, let me erase that. There we go. You know, I want to be committed to having fun while I trade too. And I think that's part of the reason why I'm doing this community, is just to have other guys that we can chat with and take trades with, hold each other accountable, all the good things. Don't want to take any trade too seriously, weigh out our wins and losses. Follow the process well, knowing that the desired outcome follows. Process is paramount. Not taking guess trades, averaging into winners, sometimes aggressively when I'm reading the market well. Knowing where we're right and wrong, keeping our powder dry with the number one goal to preserve capital, then to have good risk to reward trades. Lastly, when I trade well, I will be trading more frequently to leverage what I'm seeing the market do. So for me, that's part of the maturing process. You know, it used to be like, oh, you get a good trade on and just walk away. But on days, again, like I'm trying to be patient, but on days where I'm really seeing something, I want to leverage that. I want to hit it hard. I want to be in. I want to add to winners. All right, let's watch this one close. Got a little long-winded there. Okay, so here we are. What do we know so far? We know we pushed below that 81. I've been talking about 76 for a little bit now, thinking that for the bulls to show up, to show us they're around, show us they have some kind of control, they want to get this thing and hold it, get a few closes above 76. So we'll see if they can do that here. With this price action so far, we're almost an hour into the trading day. I would think other areas of contention would be, call it like 85, probably somewhere around where this wick is over here. If we even get up there, it is pretty muted so far. 66 is our low. Looks like 81-ish, 83/4 our high. Got 5 more minutes until we've got our initial balance for the day. Bulls can't get a close above that 76 level. So we'll see on this bar what they do. So it could be today that we're pulling some levels from previous days here. And we'll have our initial balance set here in a few minutes. I'll be hopping on here in a minute to watch this bar close. All right, let's see how we close here. Closing a little strong. There we go. Bull's trying to get her done. See if they can take out this Opening print here. They'd like to get it above the open. Still kind of in this little range that we had on Friday. 81 to 72. We did spend a little time under 72. So far based on the data, it seems 76 to 75 half is the line in the sand. But again, it's quite muted. Not a whole lot going on just yet. So we'll want to see on this next bar what they can do, how they can react at that 81 level. Alright, about another minute and a half to go until I unfreeze the screen. We look at where this next 5-minute bar is. We consider it in relation to price action from Friday. I'll probably pull up the daily. We've got our initial balance set. Oh, it's been a good morning so far. It's been nice. Alright, let's see what we're doing here. Alright, so bulls couldn't get it above 81. This could potentially be the surprise bar. right? Any bull was hoping, expecting to take out the open, and then this bar shows up and just puts it right back in their face. We'll want to see if they close it below 76. And then if so, like how much do the bears have in them? How low could they take this thing? So here's the old surprise bar. Right back down into all that area where they spent some time. So this bar now makes me think that if we could test the lows down here, it kind of puts, makes me feel like, it's going to be harder for them. Even if they do get it up, it could more than likely come right back into this range. So, yeah, this is a bar that's kind of telling. Could kind of set the tone for the day. Where possibly upside is a bit muted now because of this bar. So we've seen 2 rejections at that 80, 81 level. Right on the open, and then an hour later, right there, when it seemed like bulls were expecting this bar to be their savior. They were looking at that one thinking, this is our hero. This is going to get it done. So we'll see now if they can keep it below 76. We got these 2 guys here from the other day. Again, it's kind of muted so far. Maybe you could try to short it like 75. Be wrong above like 78.5. Then you'd look for something down to 68 and then maybe even lower. So yeah, maybe this bar mutes us a bit. Definitely wouldn't want to see this current bar come all the way back up here. That would have the bears scared. Alright, close it out. See what we're doing now. I'll be right back in a minute. Well, just kind of stuck here in no man's land. This one might have got the bears kind of excited, but no follow through with this bar. Not a lot of follow through. Go back one. There we go. Okay. Not much follow through. Sorry, I'm a slurper. All right, let's see how this bar closes. Not too much to do here with this bar. So far we know that bulls are down here. Buyers are down at this 67 level. We know sellers are up here. We're an hour and 15 into the trading day, so still a lot of time. Yeah, I don't have much to say here. Not much to say. If I were in at 75, I don't know, unless we had a good push lower, I might be looking to kind of scratch out at maybe 75 quarter. And it's expected that you might not get much follow through, right, because of all the time we spent down here. So at this point, I'd be interested to see what they do at 83.5 to maybe 84. How do they react there? Do they get up there and then hold above 81, or they come right back down, sweep lower, and then push lower down here? I'd be interested to see how they react up there if they get up there. Just gonna look at that daily level. Okay. Could be that this, shook out the weak hands. The longs that weren't super committed. Could be that Friday afternoon kind of shook them out. But now they could be back and then looking to try to take this thing out, push higher still. I really like the way Al Brooks assesses markets. So we see a lot of just almost complete overlap on just about every bar here. So there's not a lot of conviction one way or the other yet. Not a lot of movement. We come up here. We know there's rejection at 81 because of what this bar does, but then it's not surprising there's not a lot of follow through. All right, let's watch the last minute and a half of this bar. Another 10 seconds to go. I'll open it up and see where we're at. See if we've managed to get above 81. So stalling out here a little bit. Again, this bar isn't closed yet. Bulls would like to get this thing above 81. Bears would like it. I don't know. It's again, I mentioned the other day that not every bar is created equal. Not every bar earns the same amount of credibility or even importance. So a lot of the day, usually in trading, it's just noise, just back and forth. Market trying to figure out what it wants to do. It's early in the week yet. It's only an hour and 20 minutes in. So at this point, we'll see if bears can push it above the open, or if the bulls want to take it back down another 7 points or so. The bears, that is. I don't know. Not a whole bunch going on here just yet. It's good support down here, though. It's 72.5. So we talked about this bar being a surprise, kind of a fake out. A little bit, but it's been negated, it's been undone. Granted, it's taken 15 minutes to undo it. Whereas today, the sharper moves seem to be happening by the bears. The quicker moves. So we'll see if this is making a little pennant here and they try to get it above, or if it comes back. I don't know. Don't know. It's okay to not know. Because even when you put a trade on, right, if you got to stop, it's indicative of the fact that, hey, I may not know. It's okay to not know. Here we go. So this is a recent directive affirmation I've been working on. For me, defining success. What is success? Kind of been working on this, but just say that I recognize that success is feeling the same way, the same confidence and self-assurance every day, no matter what the market does, no matter what it offers you, no matter if there are setups or if you have to patiently wait for setups for hours or even days. I walk in consistency in all my ways, but most of all, in my thoughts. It's important. And then here's just some stuff that I've been thinking about. My self-image moves closer to the ideal version of me every day because I practice discipline and self-awareness at all times. So currently, I'm aware that it's hard for me to just observe, but it's building good habits in me. I'm aware of my limiting beliefs. I give them less and less attention because my actions increasingly prove them wrong day by day. So my ego has no place here as I observe what the market is telling me. My ego tells me that simply observing is weak. It tells me that not placing trades is slowing down my progress. But that's false. It's actually reinforcing good habits. My ego is impatient, yet I choose to mentally reframe the importance of waiting and simply observing. Waiting keeps me objective and ready to trade well. I love the fact that trading sharpens me and lays bare my weaknesses. I master my own destiny. The stupid losses are no longer a part of trading. If I take a loss, it's going to be calculated and planned. It's not going to be emotional. My trades are calculated and planned out. This allows my ego to not direct me, but my trading plan will guide me instead. Then I got some other stuff here. You know, trading is as simple as I choose to make it. I'll kind of pause that. We'll watch this bar close. All right, little micro pullback here to 76. Bulls trying to pop the top, trying to see what's above. Pretty muted, not a whole lot going on. Pretty muted. My trading style, this is kind of just not too much to do here just yet. But that can always change at the drop of a hat. That's good to remember too, man. I mean, there have been so many days prior, you know, where I'd be impatient that I couldn't see what was going on, and so I'd guess, I'd try to figure stuff out, and you're placing trades, and maybe you make a little here, you lose a little there, and then at some point during the day, you just see something and it crystallizes for you, and it's just very clear and obvious. It's clear where your risk is. It's clear what you think the market is or could be doing, and you trade accordingly. All right, we'll exit out and let that do its thing. Bull is trying to get above 81. I'm going to make a note here. Let's see. So usually for me, I put here too that what we got. My best trades are the ones I put the least amount of thought into. So typically for me, if I'm really having to look, watch, figure out, there's just not worth. There's not a lot worth me doing. My best trades are the ones where it's pretty clear, the setup is obvious, and guesswork is minimal. I want to be committed to working with an attitude of thankfulness and build that community of generous traders. What else? So we went through this before. All right, probably need to refine that a little bit, but yeah, that's some of it. Got a little trend line kind of here. I don't think it's that important. Yeah, I guess 76 to 75 half is still kind of an area. Bulls trying to keep it above that. I'm wondering if we see another little sweep lower, but again, I don't want to read into it or project too much. But I did mention earlier this bar here could have kind of not negated, but lessen our chances for a big move higher. But I don't know. Now the Bulls are kind of reclaiming, taking that back. So, I could be totally wrong, and a lot of that is you're constantly thinking, you're constantly trying to get clues from the market, and one bar could mean something, but then there could be a few bars or something else later that negates what you were seeing or feeling. Right. So Bulls not able to get above that level. Could this be the bar then, perhaps? Feels like it. Feels like pretty soon we could at least see 70. They're knocking on the door of 72. That was, support from earlier. Where would a bear look to get involved here? Where would a bear be wrong? Is this a day where you could sell here, but if it also comes up, hold that and sell a little bit more here? Could be. So Bulls trying to hold that 72 half level. They're like right on the line of 75 to 70, 75 half to 76. So I liked the short from here, but said if I was short at 75, my stop would have been at like 78 half, so that would have stopped me out. However, this could be the one now. This bar again, kind of sweep it in there. So we've had some indecision here at the lows. We've had some indecision here at the highs. We're quite muted. Bears have had 2 times to try to get this above 81. So it feels like Bears take it a little bit lower. It's tight. It's tight. I'm going to mute myself for a second here.
it's not a perfect doji, but indicative that there's just not a lot of conviction yet, one way or the other. So even doing this, even having this bar frozen, right? Like we get a little movement here finally relative to the day. It's not much, but based on all these little dojis and the indecision, get a little movement, and so there can be impatience on my part or concern like, I'm missing it. It could be closing the gap down here. It could be, hitting 70 and then testing these lows, and maybe we try to close the gap. I'm not involved, but just want to reinforce these good habits of just observing well, not getting ahead of myself. All right, another 20 seconds. I'll unlock the screen. We'll see where this next bar closes. Want to see if the bears kept it below 76. I don't know. And there we go. So my concern was correct, right? We had this come here, and I thought, oh, I don't want to miss a move, and had a nice little push lower here. So these, in fact, did kind of negate the move higher. There we go. Move lower. Minute to go. So we came low. Where was that? 76. Bulls trying to defend. They wanted above, call it 72 half. They wanted above that level. Seems like a lot of movement. It's really not. It's just a tight range, choppy day. Good to watch how the bar closes. So any shorts here, where might their stops be? Guys who shorted here, I think their stop might be 75. It might be even 74. So you could see some resistance up there. Came right into support. We'll see now if they kind of continue on this little push lower or what. Alright, we'll back off here. Let the market do its thing. So again, by me just watching the close of these 5-minute bars, it really gives me more clarity, helps me be more objective. There's times when it feels like the market can just be moving at the speed of light. It feels like, man, this thing's going to get away from me. How am I going to get involved? Or it's going to do this or that or the other. And me personally, by just watching the 5-minute bar close, it's helpful to just, it slows things down for me. Because most of the moves I see, I don't miss them. Or at least a good move, like a move worth getting on for me. That doesn't mean it has to be a lot of points. It just means I have a lot of conviction. So some moves, I've got a lot of conviction that I'll be able to squeeze 3 points out of it. Like a lot of conviction, And then other moves, you're confident that, oh man, this move, I think, it could give me 10 or 15 points, maybe more. that? All right, let's go back to the charts here. There we go. Oh, got another 15 seconds and we'll watch the last minute and a half of the current bar that's forming. Lots of overlap. And you got that little gap lower. So we had this tail here, but still ES couldn't get above that 76 level. So perhaps that's the area of contention for it during the day today. Could it be that this push down did enough damage to where the bears feel confident even, putting shorts on at 73, thinking, could be kind of a balanced day where we're back and forth. Maybe, you know, maybe they come back up here and bears would add to it so they're not too concerned. I don't know. All right, so we'll let that one develop, let it do its thing. What's that gonna do here? one surprised the bulls. I don't know if this one's surprising because of the little tail we got here. So far we got a double bottom here. So we'll see now if the bulls can take out that level there. See them get up, push above.
All right, let's watch this bar close. Back and forth, back and forth. So bulls can't get it above 76. This was a little surprise. This one, however, so just like this may have surprised the bulls, this bar potentially could. They were hoping that this would be what gets them out of trouble. Tight range, a lot of back and forth though. Again, I'm looking for trades that require the least amount of mental effort. See if they eat into this wick and try to eventually close this thing. Oh, kind of slow going. Pretty slow going this morning. Not a lot going on. I may listen to something here. Kind of mute myself for a second.
Hello, traders. My name is Oliver Velez, and I am your trader for life. Inside of every losing trade, hello, traders. My name is Oliver Velez, and I am your trader for life. Hello, traders. My name is Oliver Velez, and I am your trader for life. Inside of every losing trade resides a future winning trade. You have to be aware of all the parts of a trade. Your entry method, like how do you enter? Where do you draw the line? Where is this trade wrong? Where is your uncle line? Where is the line in the sand? And what's the method by which you come up with that? You grow opposite in the beginning. And this is what makes the beginning so incredibly frustrating for the vast majority of traders, that they feel that they're growing. They feel that they are more sophisticated. They feel smarter than they were last year, last month, last quarter. They feel more knowledgeable. They feel more seasoned. Yet, when they look at their trading account, that trading account speaks a very, very different reality. When you grab all the components of a trade, identifying the trade, the entry, the initial stop, when and where do you add? What's your add technique? What's your add strategy? These things should not be done from the hip. They shouldn't be done based on feeling or a thought. They should be mapped out on a piece of paper.
All right. So, market definitely not getting away from us today. It's kind of a play of the extremes. We're in a very, very tight range, potentially coiling now. So I don't have much to comment or say here at these levels. picture of something here on my phone. Snap a shot of that real quick. There we go. So, yeah, not much to do or say here, really. Pretty tight. I'm not going to guess one way or the other. So we cut our dojis here, they pop it up. Dojis in the middle. Dojis here, they push it down. Looks like another doji right here. Well, maybe not. We'll see. This bar's got just a few seconds until it closes. All right, there we go. Go here.
Your trade should already be mapped out before you take the trade, which means that once you're in it, basically the piece of paper does the rest. If you ever have a hope of succeeding in anything in life, the first thing you must understand before anything else, before going out and getting skill, before trying to become better than everyone else at something, is that you have to last. In order to win, Oliver used to say, you have to last. That's the first thing. You can have zero skill, and if you last, you still have great odds of winning. The piece of paper determines, based on your plan, where the protective stop is. The piece of paper determines when and where you add and by how much. The piece of paper determines when and where and by what method do you take profits, and how much. Do you take half? Do you take a quarter? Do you take all of it? All of that has to be mapped out. The biggest hump you have as a trader is in the first few years of your trading life, because it is during this period that the P&L speaks nothing about your development, your progress, your seasoning, your growth. Yes, it is possible to grow immensely in the first 2 to 3 years and have your P&L speak nothing similar to that truth. Your P&L is not a witness to your growth in the beginning. Your P&L is a liar. I love these things about trading. I love the fact that it's difficult. I love the fact that it's challenging. I love the fact that it exposes my frailties. It helps me lay bare to the world, to my skill, to my activity, what I'm lacking, where I'm failing. So there's only a small handful of ways to lose. Become intimate with every way. And that's part of your process of going through it and over it and putting it behind you. It's not that losses will ever go away. It's the stupid losses that go away. And then you just are left with the intelligent ways to lose. Like an intelligent loss is a win. It's not a loss. You start off bad at everything first, and then over time and experience, this is what so many traders think trading is hard. They make it harder by trying to escape losing, by trying to sidestep it, by trying to not lose. I say be perverse and look losing in the freaking face and say, look, it's you or it's me. And
A lot of the same here, not much going on. Got our dojis here. We'll see how we end up here. I'm tempted to just step away for a bit, being that it's pretty muted, pretty boring. But I want to be around, so just in case something pops off. But as of right now, there's not a whole lot going on, which is plain to see. Well, do the Bears keep it below 76? We've been here below this for a while. They're trying to hold this level. I think it could be likely that they do keep it below 76, try to go lower, but it's not like a great trade at this point. And here we are, pushing lower. 65, what was our overnight low? There it is right there. This is our tight overnight range. Tight overnight range. So push down to that level. We've got 3 times here coming down to it. Bulls still trying to defend. Last time we came down, they only were able to get it up to this 75 level. At this point, I thought we could break, but I thought, well, we're low and we could maybe push push up a little bit too. And Q, try and hold that level. Let's see. Hey, what's up, Greg? Welcome back, my man. Look who's back. That's great, dude. So, I don't know if you've, yeah, it's good to see you, dude. I had this little disclaimer up earlier. I don't know if you've been here for a while or if you're just getting in now, but being that my trading, a lot of it, the anchor of it is the 5 minute bar, just as an act of discipline. So I live streamed last week for the first time in a long time, and this is day 6 that I'm back. But as an act of discipline and trying to remain as objective as possible, I'm just watching the close about the last minute and a half today. I know on here it says I'll be watching the last minute of trading, but today we're going to do the last minute and a half, see how bars develop, see where we're at, and then make decisions based on that. So this is definitely something that's hard for me. It's not easy, but I mentioned earlier how there's times when when it feels like the market's moving so fast. When in actuality, it gives us plenty of time to get in and to get involved. So I do apologize that it's boring, but trading isn't always just edge of your seat stuff. A lot of times it is kind of boring, where you're just hanging out, watching, observing, trying to remain objective, and then placing trades based on that. So, all right, I've got a little audio thing I was listening to, so I'll just continue to play it.
And I'm telling you now, it's not going to be me. I'm going to bowl you over. I'm going to go straight through you. I don't care how long it takes. I'm slicing and dicing you up. Do you understand? The thought in your head, the voice that never shuts up, that bothers you your whole day, the voice that you've gotten so used to hearing every second of your life to the point where you don't even realize that you are being bothered by this thing every moment of your life, that's your ego. In trading, that's the last thing you want to be present, or the last thing you should be listening to. Because thought, which is ego, that chatterbox, thought can never be consistent. Thought can never be reliable. Your thoughts betray you. In a trade, outside of a trade, in life, in trading. Trading is just a microcosmic version of life, right? So what do I do with traders and their thinking? They know, they will tell you that I teach them to leave their ego alone, to not feed it, which is to not give in to what the ego is saying.
All right, let's get back to price here. So, spent a lot of time under that 76, poked up above it. That's been my line in the sand. Trying to hold that, and it's weak. That's kind of the overnight area. We consolidated overnight and looked like 66, 67 was a bigger consolidation. Let's open up and see what we're doing now. Still trying to bounce there. At this point, we're 2 hours in. There are times in the day where I do wonder. So even once this bar was put in, I was thinking, all right, maybe this is kind of a green light for the bears. Not necessarily meaning that we're just going to sell off hard, but that it negates upward movement where the longer term guys are maybe shorting here and here and even trying to get involved short up here. Um, so yeah, I'm wondering how long they keep it below this 76 level. bulls are mindful of this overnight range, right, that we've stayed in. Overnight range has been really where price is right about now. So it's been about 68 to about 80, but we've been in the lower part of it for a while now. So um, I am wondering at this point if they're going to kind of try to trap some of the bulls. If bears just keep like continuous pressure on it, we just drip lower. Could be in the cards. Don't want to make too much of it though. Um, it's a very tight range. And even here, I mean, if you like it short, where you're wrong, the price could still come all the way up to 72. 7 points higher. Bears could still be in control. So we'll see. We'll see how strong the Bears get it, how low they're able to push it. We'll just let stuff develop. Greg, are you still working? I think last time that we virtually saw each other, you were maybe working nights, or I think able to devote a few hours to watching the markets. You kind of still on the same schedule? And tell me, ooh, I know you're in some European country, but I can't remember where. What country are you in?
Oh gosh, I had on mute. Sorry about that.
No,
What I was saying was that I wonder at this point if there's been a little too much damage done, how bears have kept it below this 76 level, and if it becomes kind of a bull trap, if bulls are looking, but bears just keep the constant pressure on it. But we are in a super tight range, a lot of overlap, a lot of indecision, so kind of wait and see what develops as per usual. But as long as we keep it below 75 to 76 half, I would say that the Bears got it. They're the ones in control. And the question would become, where could they push it to? I don't know. I'm not sure. Sometimes you got a good idea of where they might push it to, bulls or bears. Other times you don't. Greg, tell me, I forget what country you're in. Are you still kind of working the same hours where you're able to watch the market a little bit during the day? All right, got another 50 seconds and I'll open the next bar up. We'll kind of see where price is, what it's doing, who's in control. Poland, yeah. I knew it was somewhere in Europe there. I just couldn't remember. Now, was it that you work overnight, Greg? Yeah, I know it's later in the day there. You finish up. Like, what hours do you typically watch the market? All right, let's see what we're doing here. Okay. So, getting a little bit of pop here. Kind of trying to close the gap from the other day. Nothing special about that. NQ, that's ugly. Trying to do its thing there. Yeah. So, yeah, it could be. Again, like this is subject to change, my thoughts and my thesis, but could be kind of that they're trying to trap the bulls where, you're seeing a pop, seeing it try to go up, But really, until the bulls can get above, I'd call it like 74. Until they get a close above there, it's the bears who are on. However, it's kind of a tight range bound day, so I don't know. We'll go here. Let's see. Yeah. So I feel until bulls can get a close above 74 that the bears are in control. And it may not be that the bears are roaring. 9 to 5. Oh. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Keep an eye on the markets. Europe in the morning. Are there specific markets you like to trade in Europe? Sorry, I don't have you on speaker. I'd be able to just have you not type. Do you trade like the DAX or FTSE or anything else? Oh, cool, man. That's awesome. I saw your post just now, or following our post from Ethiopia. Yeah, it's been quite the adventure, man. And really, my big dream, my heart with this channel is to have it be a place where we're working on self-development, on growth, and then even more than that, on generosity. DAX and FTSE, yeah, those ones really move. So that's the hope for me, that we can establish a community of traders who are supportive and generous, and really who find ways to put their finances to good use. So yeah, I'll keep you posted with stuff in Ethiopia. It's pretty neat, man, but it's quite challenging, probably even more so than trading. There's a lot of good, but there's also a lot of times when it just seems hopeless, where you feel like, man, this is just an uphill battle on ice with no ropes and no no traction on my shoes. But it's worth doing. It's worth trying. I know when it's all said and done, I'll have no regrets. No regrets trying to make things better for the sweet people over there. All right, so we got 50 seconds to go here. I love the DAX. It has cool movement, man. It's kind of like if NQ is too slow for you, go trade the DAX. Or at least it used to be that way. I don't know if it still is. All right, another 20 seconds to go. I do apologize for the lag that probably comes through on YouTube. I don't know if I should take my little bear down. Let's see. Let's see. We'll see how this bar ends up. I hate to have just a ripper of a bar, and I got my bear up here. Here he is. Up, up, up. So far, our bars that brought surprise were probably this bar. Potentially this bar. Although, I mean, at this point, you've got two little dojis showing like, it's kind of weak here. Not a lot going on. Make a note here. Let me make a little text note. Edit this guy. Well, I'll just leave that there. It's pretty simple. Oh, let's see how we close here. Yep. Right back into this guy. Let's see. Let's go back to 58. Yeah, so it seems bears are in control, and maybe they are. But in my mind, the line in the sand now, it was 76. It's now probably this like 74 half, 74 area. So yeah, call it 75 half to 76. As long as bears keep it under that, they're the ones in control.
In your head, the voice that never shuts up, that bothers you your to do. You version of life, right? Dethrone the thinking process. You take it on. You don't be a baby about it. You don't try to escape it. You don't try to run away from it. You don't get depressed because I'm losing. It's just you realize it's what you have to do. You lose your way to success in this business. Am I actually better than I was next week? Am I better than I was last year?
That's a good question. Are you better, and what are your metrics for being better? Just because you take on some wins doesn't mean you're better. Just because you get some losses doesn't mean you're worse. So write that down. Let's see.
So am I better than I was? Am I better than yesterday? Am I better than last week? What are my metrics? Is it only outcome based or is it process based? Oh, let me click over here, see where we're at. wish you could edit this stuff a little bit quicker or easier, the text. Let's try to make it a little bigger. Let's try that. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we'll see if the bears just drip this thing lower, trapping bulls. So far, that's what they're doing. They're trapping bulls. Could it be that, the rest of the day we just grind lower? Where's my epic pen? Oh, let's see. I used to have a little pen where I could draw on the screen. I'm looking for it. Epic pen download. Let's download that guy again. That's a bummer. There we go. All right, let's get into this. So, yeah, wondering if for the rest of the day we just kind of dribble down like that. I don't know. Where's my eraser? There we go. Okay, let's undo this guy. And watch this bar close. There we go. A whole bunch of nothing going on here so far. It seems like it's stalling, but again, I mean, the bears are still in control. As long as they got this thing below 74, they're the ones in control. Doesn't mean we can't get a pop. Let's look at overnight, right? So, had this big move up, and then we just hung out here. Bulls were expecting that probably that 68 level, this level that we pushed up here to, would hold. They tried it twice, came down here, a little weak bounce, came down here again, another weak bounce, but they couldn't even get it up to 76. And so currently we're just hanging out right here below it. Again, it could be that in 5-10 minutes time, that theory is negated. We could be back up here, knocking on the door of 73, 72.5, holding in here, and then trying to push up. But for right now, It seems like the pardon me. It seems like the bears have this thing, and they're just gonna continue pushing it lower until bulls step in. Where might the bulls step in? That's a good question. Could it be at 55? It could, but based on price action for the day, the bulls aren't around, not yet. Not around. Let me see if I can move this over. There we go. So again, we'll look at not just levels, but how price gets to a certain level, right? Like look at this. It sold off hard and then just a whole bunch of nothing. It's just like selling off slowly. Bulls come in, try to do something, selling off again, selling off again. So it makes me suspect. It makes me think we could continue to just kind of meander down lower, just push lower. And I probably wouldn't want to be, personally, a buyer down here at 55. If anything, I'll probably be looking for areas to sell. These are hard days. If this in fact is a bull trap day, these are hard for me to get short because we're here at the low, or what is the current low, and it feels like, well, I don't want to sell into the hole. But usually what happens on these days is you just have to commit to selling the pop. So when you see it pop up, you got to commit to selling it and then figure where you'd be wrong. So on this bar here, if you were selling 68s, you'd probably be wrong. First spot would be 72.5. If you really wanted to give it some leash, you'd be wrong about like 74.25. I'll be right back. I'm just going to hit the bathroom. You might, let's see, we'll do a little check in here perhaps. You can ask yourself those questions. So let me see. Yeah. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's get to the screens here. So I typically like markets that move a little quicker. These I can get impatient. I love making money within, I mean, the sooner the better, but for me, my best trades are usually where within 3 to 4 minutes, it starts going in my favor. These slow, grindy days, they're really hard for me. a lot of times I have an accurate read too. I just struggle to know like where to get involved. I don't feel like, I know I don't want to buy it. I do know that. The question then for me is, all right, if you don't want to buy it, if you feel it's kind of a bear day, or bears are in control, where then might you want to sell this at? Remember, this was a big area at this 61, 62 area on the other day. Came up, couldn't get involved. This is one where, like, do you just Al Brooks this thing, right? Like, do you just sell some here, but then you also sell a pop up to 68 and look for it to get down to 55 for a whole bunch of nothing to happen there, for no buyers to step in, and then maybe they get it down here, maybe even lower. I don't know. A lot of times with my trading, I'm not that patient. It's good to know yourself, good to know your strengths and your weaknesses. Let's see, let me pull up some other stuff. So it's one thing to have a good read on the market. That's important. It's another thing to have a good entry to get involved with the market. And I feel this bar right here for me, let me expand this a bit. This bar is the one that kind of confirmed, it kind of firmed up that thesis that bears are in control, well, that bears could just continue to grind this thing lower. This bar right here. Prior to that, yeah, we had this. This could have been a signal for that as well. Kind of some indecision at the low there. But prior to that, it was just kind of like a choppy, range-bound day. But this one confirmed it for me. So now at this point, if I am correct in my thesis, the question becomes, where then do I exercise that thesis? Where do I try to get involved? Might it be, call it 67? Perhaps. Let's pull the chart up here. It's got another minute and 30 to go on this bar. Grinding lower. Could it be shorts show up at 68? Perhaps. Could it be my thesis is wrong? The bears are not in control. We're bottoming out here and buyers step in. It could. So also having this discipline of just choosing to watch only the last minute and a half of every 5-minute bar, it slows down the process for me, and it gives me time to assess and really try to more objectively look at what is the market currently doing. Not what I think it will do, but what is it doing. And are my thoughts, is my hypothesis in line with what it is actually doing? Where might a target be? So if I am feeling bearish here, if they do continue dripping it lower, where's the target? That's a little tricky too. Target, probably 52. 52.5 would be a good first target. And then I would see if there would be acceptance in this area, kind of this 40 to 50 range. Maybe they pull it at somewhere into the 40s. Maybe that doesn't happen at all. I'm going to close this bar out. See? Or shut it down, actually. I'm just going to freeze the screen. So there's a fine line in being confident between your assessment on the market, but then also being fluid enough. And so for me, watching the 5-minute bar close, it helps me kind of regroup, reset, know that, all right, this is my thesis. I feel that this is going on. And what would need to happen for me, for the market to disprove that thesis? That's important too. And how would it have to look? What area would the market need to reclaim? For my bear thesis to be wrong, I feel like it would need to reclaim, get like a close above probably 71. So 71 to 74, kind of no man's land, that area there. There's a rectangle. So I'll do like 74 to 71. Properties, I want to make the thing extend to the right. To 71. There we go. So for me, this is no man's land. This little area here. Bears are in control as long as we continue closes below that area, I think. Bulls would be in control if we start to close above like 74. We'll see what this bar's doing. I usually don't like to keep stuff like this up too long. There's a little range there. Let's see. Okay, got two bull bars here. We'll see how this one closes. Could be they're bottoming out here, so I want to be mindful of that, like I said earlier. This is a little bit more commanding of a bar here, so we came down to this area. Personally, when I've got up lines and all that, I can get a little bit too precise. So the bar after this one could be important. We'll want to see if they try to reach up to 71 or if they come right back in. Just looking at NQ here real quick. NQ potentially looking the same, looking kind of similar. All right. I feel like for bears to show continuation, they'd want to get priced below that 64 level, which is right about here. Greg, which market do you trade the best? Are you best on DAX, FTSE, ES? Are you all about the same on each of them? Get a little something to eat here in a minute. Yes, in the afternoon. Cool. Our morning. Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. Another 20 seconds until I open this thing up. Yeah, so the open, so the first 3 hours, or looks like 2 hours. Our morning. All right, we're gonna open this guy up, see where we're at. Again, we'll see if they keep it under 74. Bull's trying to come up, see how this bar closes. So if I still like it short, I feel like a good confirmation would be if they push it down below that 64 level. Bull's first area of resistance is going to be caught like 72. I drew that little rectangle. Maybe they poke up into it. Then if they fail and come below 71, could be continuation of the downside. Could be though, it still could be where we find balance during the day. So I don't want to hold too firmly to any thesis. I want to be creating a thesis and a hypothesis based on what I'm seeing, what the market is actually showing me. we did stay below this 72 area for a bit, so kind of watch and see what it does at 71. See if they get up to 72. And then if there's rejection here, if they continue lower, or if there's acceptance here, if they hold here for a while and then try to push up higher. I'm gonna step away for a second and just grab something to eat. It's already changed. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, the daylight savings time. Yeah, it gets dark here so early when they do that. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a little lunch. Back in a few minutes. All right, I'm back. Here we go. Alrighty. Kind of excited to see what this 5-minute bar brings. The thrills of trading. I'm gonna go dark here for a second on myself while I eat this stuff. Alright, so still around, just my face is in here. Alright, another 10 seconds, we'll see how this bar closes. We'll see if this is the start of the bulls stepping in. Very well could be, or if it's a head fake. All right, pushing up. 71 there. This could be a nice level to lean against if you want a tight stop. You could try to be selling the 70. You'd be wrong above maybe as high as 74. First target would probably be 65, and then you would look for continuation. But this is kind of it's filling that little gap from where we closed the other day, so that could be it. Notice I took my little bear off. So the thesis of this just continuing to meander lower, at least for now, seems negated. Seems like bulls have stepped in. We've had just 20 minutes of them buying, taking us higher. Doesn't mean bears are totally gone, but I feel bulls would have to get it above 74 to show they're in control, kind of in command. Right back up to, so the push was back up to really this congestion area from this morning. All right, I'll freeze it up for a second here. It's important to be fluid. It's important to be always assessing what price is doing. It's important to know what your hypothesis is, but then important to be flexible enough to ditch it, to reassess, to analyze based on what price is showing you. All right, I'll be opening up the screen here in another 2 minutes because I'm just going to watch the last minute and a half. Let's check in, might be helpful. What's the market currently doing? Is there something we expect it to do? How in sync are you with price action today? Are you calm and easy feeling, or are you kind of stressed out? Are you searching for a trade versus letting one present itself? Do you have an idea about getting involved, and how would you rate that idea? Can you identify a stop within a tight area? Do you feel that you have to be active, or are you at peace waiting? Do you feel compulsion to place a trade? Then lastly, how would you rate your day at the end when you are finished for the day? It's one thing to start strong, it's a completely other thing to finish strong. No one starts their day thinking, I'm going to blow up my account today. I'm going to risk it all. I'm going to be so attached to the trade that it's got to work and it could be my last trade ever. No one thinks that way. So it's important to be mindful. It's important to start strong with good intentions, with asking ourselves, what is a successful day today? Would it be a successful day if I took a loss or was down on the day but managed all of my losses appropriately? It sure would be. Would it be a successful day today if I had a bunch of winners but didn't follow my process and didn't follow my rules? Absolutely not. So we've got to reattach ourselves from being glued to the P&L and instead be concerned about the process. Instead be concerned about what am I doing right now that is reinforcing really good habits within my trading. So we'll open this up here in another 30 seconds. We'll watch the last minute and a half of this 5-minute bar. We'll see if price, we'll see what it does. See what it does. We're back up in here trying to knock on the door of where a lot of this congestion was from earlier. So let's see. All right, big stall out here so far. So this bar's got a minute and a half to go. And at this point, the question is this just a day where the bears grind us lower, push us lower? Or is this the start of something new? Is this bulls stepping in and trying to be strong here? So at this point, the bulls have my vote if they can get it up above like 74. The bears have my vote if they can pretty soon get us back into probably below like 66 half. But I don't have a lot of conviction one way or the other. And that's all right, right? A lot of trading is sitting and waiting, being patient. And personally, if I don't have conviction for a trade, I'm not going to take it just to be involved. Of course, the market could push higher. Of course, it could go lower. Of course, it could kind of just stay here and stall out. So again, I had that little rectangle between 74 and 71. Between 71 and 74, I feel it's kind of a no man's land. If we can't get it's such a tight range though, so I don't want to make too many assumptions right now. All right, I'm gonna freeze the screen for a minute. We're gonna go ahead and consider, let me lock this out. Let me try to get this on my screen here. There we go. Adjust that. So we'll ask ourselves too, how do you define success? What is success? For me, it's feeling the same every day, the same confidence and self-assurance every day, no matter what the market does, no matter what it offers you, no matter if there's a win or a loss or many of them. It means that I commit to feel the same every day. It's not doubting our ability. So walk in consistency in all ways, but most of all, in your thoughts. That's important. It's easy to, when there's days where there's a lot of action and there's a lot of good trades that you take, and you feel like, all right, I'm doing this. I'm successful. But it's also successful to sit and wait for good setups. And it's also successful if you take your loss as well. So we want to focus on reframing success, reframing what it means to have a process that I'm proud of and following well. It's important. Let's see what this guy's saying.
Am I progressing? Am I going backwards? Am I staying stagnant or the same? And so
You might ask yourself, what's it mean to progress? What's it mean to be stagnant? What's it mean to regress as you're trading? What does progression look like? Am I better today than I was yesterday? Am I better this week than I was last week? Sometimes that doesn't have a lot to do with your P&L. It has a lot to do with how are you following your process? How are you accepting of your wins and accepting of your losses? How are you with, managing your trades? All right, got another 10 seconds left. Let me open this guy up and see where we're at. Okay. So bears would prove to me that they are still in control if they can push lower here and start to get some closes down around this 66 area. Nice push up here, but it hasn't been strong. Could be the bears are still around. There we go, that's a nice bar, shaping up nicely. There we go. So just negating this whole move on this 1 5-minute bar. Must say, it was a good read we had from earlier, right? Putting that little rectangle box in between 71 and 74. Came up, kissed 71, hung out here, didn't do much. And at this point, the question was, do we hang out and stall, or do we just continue pushing right back down and going lower? And it looks like the bears are showing us that they're going to push lower. Again, they could negate that and push up during this bar, but if you're if you're short, it's the right side to be on. All right, so we'll see what they hold in there. See what they do. And again, I mentioned earlier that for me these days, where if it is a day that the bears just continue to push us lower, it's usually kind of tricky to find a spot to get in. Although this 70 to 71 area is a pretty good area right here. A lot of congestion there. So figured that one out, got it pretty good. All right, we'll listen to see what this.
Well, you've got to move into this with the right mindset, knowing that it's a process. You're going to spend time. You're going to have to fight your way above the masses. And when your head is higher than most, the payment comes, not before that. In my experience, most traders are delusional about where they are in their personal journey toward trading success. There's only a limited number of ways to lose, traders. Do you understand this? There's only a limited number of ways. Become an expert in every single way to lose, and then it loses its grip on you. You're not afraid of it anymore. Listen, you've got to go to hell. Do you understand? And then you got to come back. And you might need several visits to hell. Depends on who you are. I needed multiple visits. You might need only one. I needed multiple visits. But every time I went back down to hell, it was less scary. I'd look these demons in the face and be like, I've seen you before, man. Dude, just step aside. Step aside, please. No. Don't talk to me. Step aside. The two ways that most novices and neophytes use, the two ways they use or think they should use to determine where they are is their P&L, number one, and time in the game, number two. These two things could not be more inaccurate, more inappropriate. They could not be more inappropriate as gauges, especially in the first part of your development as a trader. They could not be more inaccurate, more ineffective. They could not be more of a false witness to your growth and your development as a trader. The thought in your head, the voice that never shuts up, that bothers you your whole day, the voice that you've gotten so used to hearing every second of your life to the point where you don't even realize that you are being bothered by this thing every moment of your life, that's your ego. In trading, that's the last thing you want to be present. Or
It's good advice, right? Last thing you want to be present is your ego in trading. All right, let's see where this bar is going to close at. Boom, right there. That's some nice price action. I like that. Right back. There's no reason to get out here. No reason at all. There we go. Ooh, that was a good read. That was a good one. 71. First target would have been about 65. Next target, I feel like you could look for it to take out the lows there. Obviously, stops are going to be up here at 70 for anyone who's shorted around 69.5 to 70, 71. Maybe they've tightened up their stops to these wicks up to this like 68 level. Hey, sounds good, Greg. Thanks for hopping in, man. We'll see you soon. So bears remain in control, and they'll continue to remain in control, I believe, as long as they continue to keep this thing below 67.5. We're down here at 62. Pretty good sweep lower here. Close this guy out.
The last thing you should be listening to, because thought, which is ego, that chatterbox, thought can never be consistent. Thought can never be reliable. Your thoughts betray you. In a trade, outside of a trade, in life, in trading. Trading is just a microcosmic version of life, right? So what do I do with traders and their thinking? They know, they will tell you that I teach them to leave their ego alone, to not feed it, which is to not give in to what the ego is saying. We don't follow thoughts in trading. We follow a plan. The plan replaces the ego. So we dethrone the thinking process. I want your trades to be mapped out before you take a trade. When you start trading specifically like that, where all of your trades start to be mapped out the same, meaning the same formula is applied to every trade. And that's where your consistency starts to come in. Your trading plan is the replacement for your ego. But when you start to deploy a trading plan, a piece of paper with a set of rules, when you start to give the piece of paper the power, the decision-making power, you are taking it from the ego, and the ego is going to rebel. It has been in the CEO position of your life and of your trading for a very long time, and it will not go down without a fight. And each time the ego tries to invade your trading plan on that piece of paper, you say, no, 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 no. Guys, it's all about internal change first. Becoming a better you, becoming a more disciplined you, becoming a just in the area of trading, becoming a better trader before you have money. And then the money comes. And that is my personal experience in this space. You can't be consistent doing your trades inconsistently. Like you trade this way, another trade another way, and another trade even another way. Like, how can you gain consistency?
Let's open it up. There's the surprise bar. So again, we talked about stops being at this 70 area. That's where the stops are. This is the bar right here where bears are surprised. They're not happy. We pushed lower, couldn't take out that low. Bulls will want to get this thing. Remember, our let's see, let me put that one back up. Our rectangle. So we'll go 74 to 71. Oh, 74, move it a little bit lower. Come on, there we go. I know this bar is strong. This is our no man's land right here. Could be a nice reversal, but bulls still need to get it above this area here. Big reversal bar there. So bulls are back up to kind of trudging up higher. Let's see what the Bears will want to do there. Be interesting if on this bar they come back down to the 66 level or 65. So it's a big bar up. We'll see what happens in our no man's land here. If the Bears can hold again, or if the Bulls are showing that they're in power now, they're in control. Be interesting to see. Now, two, if this is kind of a range bound, what do you call it, evenly distributed day, could be that this is the bottom. Could be that they hold here and then push us up. Maybe we get up to 74 and then try to take out highs the day, push up higher. A lot of shorts are hurting down here. All right, another 30 seconds to go. Bulls do not want to see this thing quickly come down to 66 and end on its lows. Ah, just like that. This is a great opportunity to short. There we go. Great opportunity. You could, well, we'll see where this thing closes. So just like this was the fake out bar, here's the fake out bar right after it. Bears want to keep this thing below 68. Try that and then see if they can push it lower here. Try a sell there. Be wrong at, call it 68.5. Six, seven, eight, nine. I don't like the wick on that bar. That's not fun. Probably should have waited for the close on that guy. So even that one, I got a little ahead of myself. We still had about a minute to go. We were down here, and I was thinking if we saw a close down around this 66 area or even lower, I just said we wouldn't want to see this bar come and totally negate that, and that's just what it did. Got in, but I don't really like the wick there of how it closed. But risking 4 points on it, so not a lot. And then we'll kind of watch and see what it does. My target is not this area right now. It may move up and become a bit more, maybe less. We'll have to see. If we don't have a close down around like 66 soon, I may look at cutting it. Seems like this was the one, that first one up that I had mentioned, at 71, wrong above 74, had a nice push down. But this bar for sure was the surprise, the bull bar. So we'll see. See if we get there. Yeah. Yep. All right, another 30 seconds. We'll open it back up, see where we're at. Again, this wick surprised me a little bit. Make an assessment, see what's going on. See what's going on. That's frustrating sometimes, you know, on a small scale, when you think, I kind of want to get involved here, kind of want to short, does it, you get another opportunity, but then, again, I don't like that wick. So, all right, let's open this up, see where we're at. Looking decent. Would like to see some follow through on this bar. Yeah, ideally we get down here to 64. Kind of waffling in this area. So we'll see if we get some follow through. And now the question for me is, do I tighten my stop a little bit? Put it at maybe the high of this bar here, 68.5. I'd only be risking about 3 points and then look for a good reward. Or do I keep it right where it's at? So who's surprising who here? That's the question. Surprise move for sure. But then after this big bar, all the bulls didn't expect this drop here. I'm never married to a trade, so you know, there's sometimes I don't have much beef or much issue trying to just cut out of one. Yeah, at this point I'm just not getting the follow through that I wanted. cut that one right there. So I'm out at minus 2 ticks. Excuse me, minus 3 ticks. Now we'll just let it do its thing. So not too attached to what it does right now. It can go lower, it can hold here, it can do what it wants to do. We're just gonna let the price action develop, let it show us what it wants to do. So it's a good lesson. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a little water. All right, we're gonna unfreeze the screen here in just a second. And there we are. I don't know. I don't have a lot to say at this area right now.
It did look weak here on this bar.
All right, we got another 30 seconds to go. We'll watch and see where we close here. Kind of an interesting spot. Like a little bit of a mini M. No, it's not bad. All right, let's see where we're at. Okay. Well, just making a little mini M. I don't know. I don't want to read too much into it right now. Let's look here. NQ trying to hold that level. ES kind of trying to do the same. I don't know. Here's NQ on the daily. Do we get in and fill that gap down there? I don't know. That's interesting. All right, I'm gonna freeze it up here. We'll see what we're doing. Come back in a minute. We'll see if bulls can get it done here. Third time may in fact be a charm. So what do we got? We've got a few bounces here at this level is 62, and a few tries to get up above 71. If the bulls can't get up here, 71, reclaim 74, we could see a nice push lower. And Q, a lot of the same. Just can't get it done. Looking kind of weak. Here's RTH. So we'll want to see if they get up to between 71 and 74. If they get it up there and then come back down around the 65, could be really nice for a short. So we'll want to watch that. All right, got a little bit to go on this one here.
Playing your plays in an inconsistent manner. No, every trade should be forced through the same formula. All of this has to be mapped out in a trading plan so that it's almost like following a script. Every trade should be forced through the same template. Every trade should be squeezed through the same trading plan. And that's where you're concerned.
There we go. Nice dump. Nice dump out of that area. We'll see how they treat this level. But it seems like the bears are still in control.
Consistency comes from. You see, life doesn't reward the lucky. Life rewards the laster, the individual who outlasts almost everyone else while putting in true effort. Life rewards that person. And then that person starts to experience what many people fundamentally call luck. Luck shines on those who last and put in true, authentic effort while they are lasting. Time and authentic effort. Time so that you
All right, this is definitely the battle zone here so far. kind of like a triple bottom going on here. We'll see where they close this one, if bulls are able to take control. Holding this 60 level. So bulls trying to hold on here. Maybe they start something new. Let's see, this bar almost done. Stops could definitely be run here if they start to get strong. Up above this 68. See if they get us up to 74. So a lot of back and forth, but on the day, bear's still in control as long as we close below that 74 level. So it's getting a bit more interesting here though. All right, let's see where this bar ends, or where it's about to close at. What do we know so far? We know bulls are trying to hold it above 60. We also know that bears are showing up at this 71 area, that they're providing some resistance there. But we know bears are struggling when we get down here. There's buyers that are trying to hold it, trying to lift it. But we're still putting in lower lows and lower highs. Well, this could be the end. It could be where bulls step in. But I'll be convinced of that once the bulls get up above this 74. Once we get a close in this and then get up to 74, I'll be convinced that the bulls are trying. And it could be that we come down here, a little pullback, and then push up. Could be that we hang out in here, push higher. Then if we were to come right back down, they could take it lower. Not too sure right now at this point. But I do know, right, based on price action, we can see this 61 area, just like this other day, 61 has been an area of importance. Bulls do not want to see probably another probe down to here would be bad for the bulls. I'm going to step away for a second. I just got to hit the bathroom. I'll be right back. Back in action. Oops, this current bar, I didn't freeze my deal, did I? All right, well, let's see here. Spent a lot of time below the Let's see. A lot of time below this. A lot of time below this stuff. It may not mean much. Might be getting ahead of myself. Don't want to do that. All right, 12:30. What are we, 4 hours in? 4 hours in already. All right, we'll let that 5-minute bar develop a bit.
All right, let's see. So trying to push up in a zone. seconds to go on this bar. See how they ended here. Again, bulls want / need a close above 74 to 75. We've tested this bottom a few times now.
Being here and becoming a better trader before you have money. Find the win. Crack that thing open. Investigate it. It's there. The win is inside there. Pull it out. And if you take your losing trades and you crack every single one open and you find the winning trade, where was the flaw? What went wrong? What mistake was committed? Write that down. The secret was in my losses. And by taking a collection of losses, cracking them open, looking inside for the common denominator that runs through all of those losses, that it was through that process of eliminating the common denominator every time I found one that removes things until, wow, that there it is. But I only did that through my losses. Don't allow yourself to go into a single week without a written down goal. Make every week of your life count, traders. Don't be fearful that your plan is not going to work. You have to just, you can't worry about differential. You can't worry about whether this is going to be one of the trades in 10 that doesn't work, or if this is going to be one of the trades that does work. That's not for you to decide. What you have to be careful of is, am I playing a solid event? Is this event in a good location? Is there conflict in any way? Meaning, am I playing this against the moving averages? Am I playing this in the wrong position? Am I fighting color? Am I fighting trend? Those are the things that are in your power to do. Now, once you've checked off all the lists, like it's a solid play, it's in a great location, there's no conflict, meaning I'm not violating anything, then that's your destiny. Now, whether it works or not, that's not in your hands. What is in your hands is just take the stop. But then that's where the numbers game of trading comes into play. You got to let the numbers game do its job. This activity that you could never blame someone else for. You could never blame someone else. There's no team member that you have to rely on. There is no
And Q struggling still. Oops.
And Q, let's see where we're at here. Not too convincing that it's going to push up. Watching that 36 level on NQ. Same with ES. Bulls want to keep it above the 67 level. that, not much to say here at these levels. So 71, definitely a sticking point for the bulls. 71, definitely a sticking point. So NQ, bulls don't want to see it come back down to like 36 again. ES, bulls don't want to see it come down to like 66 again. Tight range, kind of slow, kind of boring today. But what are you going to do, right? That's just how it is sometimes. I'm going to step away in another 15 minutes, wrap up. I may come back for the very end of the day, but I'm going to take a break. fresh air. All right, let's see how they close it out here. Bulls hoping / needing this bar to be the one that solves their problems, that gets them above 71. They don't want to see a lack of follow through here. So bulls want that to be the one.
I am a consistently profitable trader. I have unshakable belief in my trading ability. I have rock-solid confidence in myself. I stick to my trading plans like glue. I respect my daily loss limit at all times. I respect my rules at all times because I highly value myself. I wait like a tiger stalking its prey for my A-plus setup to appear. When my A-plus setup appears, I act quickly and decisively to take the trade. I have the patience of a monk. I wait for as long as it takes for the market to present me with the perfect trading opportunity. There are limitless opportunities available to me in the market. It is only a matter of patience and time until the opportunity appears. I am calm and composed when I trade. I understand that trading is waiting and waiting is trading. I thrive under pressure. I love trading under pressure. It's
Well, a lot more the same. Let's look at the day. Could it be rotational? It very well could at this point. So had a tight range this morning. First looks like almost 2 hours. We're under 80, above pretty much 69. Second half of the day has been pretty much below 69, but above, call it 61. Let's see if anything changes on the day. So 70. Really the problem area for the bulls, this 71 level. Again, bulls don't want to see it come down to 66 and break through. What's NQ doing? NQ trying to hold.
It's my opportunity to go into the arena and reap the rewards of all the hard work that I have put into my trading. Pressure shapes my trading into diamonds. I focus only on myself and my own trading. Laser focus on my process is the key to my financial freedom. I focus on my trading process and I allow the results to take care of themselves. A green day is a day that I stuck 100% to my trading process, regardless of the outcome in my P&L.
All right, let's go to our chart. Price pushing up a bit here. Again, bulls want to get it above that 74 level. Pretty subdued price action today. I'm going to take a peek at NQ. There we go, putting in what could be kind of a little rounded bottom here. We know that this 540 area is important. Kind of make a note of that one. And seeing if they can get it back up to there. That's about it though. Not too much for me to get excited about at the moment. I'm just writing out my schedule for the day. Charts. this bar almost closed. Got another little bit of time here. And not much to say at this level, really. Not much. 74 and 76 are targets for the bulls. They'll be wanting to get up to those levels. Bears would like to see this thing back down to, call it 66 half. We have held the lows here quite a few times. So we'll just have to wait and see. I'm going to stick around another 4 minutes, and then I'm going to take a little break. I might be back, I might not. All right. All right, this bar's almost done. Let's see if they can get up here in no man's land between 71 and 74. All right, Bull's trying to get something done here. NQ potentially curling, potentially trying to push up, get above 72. 5, 6, 7. We did mention the other day this, I was calling it 6, 7, 8, but it's 5, 6, 7. So right around here. NQ trying to get above that. I feel like that still could be a bit of a problem area. So 5, 6, 7, let me mark that. Close enough. That was where we sputtered out here, and then also where we came up to. We're just holding below it. Don't want to make too much of that. It may not mean much today, it might mean more tomorrow. And 2. You know, there's some days where a certain level doesn't mean much, but then the next day it means everything. So I want to keep that in mind too. This kind of 71 to 74 zone. I'll probably leave a little rectangle up. Check it tomorrow. See if that level is important at all. All right. Again, this is what the bulls are not wanting to see. At this point, bears have kept the bulls below this 71 level for quite a while. Bulls have stayed above 61. Markets look pretty congruent here at this point. NQ is holding below that 567. ES kind of doing its thing there. So we'll watch and see if this is as high as the bulls are able to take it. And if they fail, if they come down hard, this looks to be a nice spot here. Well, I think there's pretty high likelihood that they keep it below 72. So we'll try one here. There we go. Yeah, I want to see NQ get below that, call it 32 level. I want to see how this bar ends. Same as last time, might have got a little ahead of myself. Was looking at that. Remove this little, remove that dude. And I'm mindful that this could just be a little bit of a pullback. Could be a pullback where they just come right back into this range and then continue pushing higher. Very well, looks like what it could be. 67.5. Look at NQ here. So NQ looking pretty similar. We'll see how this bar closes. Typically this is where I would be opening up this bar at. So far at the lower part of it, don't want to see it claim and get back to up to 71.5. Got my stop at 72.5. I might even tighten it up here pretty soon. We'll stay at 72 now. And if this one can't end probably like in the third of its body, I may cut. So that wick is not what I wanted to see there. Same with that on NQ. Might have got a little ahead of myself on that one. Let's see, got 10 seconds left. Yeah, I don't like that it's reclaimed half of its body and putting in a longer wick here. And my target isn't necessarily all the way down here. Being that I trade based off the 5-minute bar, I want to watch and see what price does at a certain level. So it may be that it comes down here and we get out there. Might just like to give it a little room. Can always adjust it. Well, I plan on leaving it 1, but I'm gonna stick with this and see if it gives us anything. Just got 5 points of risk on this one. Actually 4.5, so not much. Really don't want to see this bar stay right in here. So looking at this, I mean, we've been, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, almost about an hour above 67.5, but below 72. So on the short term, it is finding some acceptance in this area. And it looks like it's about to just go out, get me out of the trade. Let's look at NQ. I would imagine it's firming up there. It is, yeah, so. Yeah, probably should have cut that one at about 69.5. Would have taken 2 points of loss on it. Should run the stop here. Seems inevitable. We're about to take, okay, that one stopped out. Alrighty. And Q's still not too strong, they're not doing much. We'll go back, freeze the screen. So important for me to wait for the bar to close. Let's see. Twice today, had to come down here. Now this one we scratched out for -2 ticks. No big deal. This one though we took -4.5 points on. And was looking weak there for a second. And just held that area and it's back up at 71.5. That's where we got stopped out, right around 72. All right, well, I think I'm going to wrap up. Was trying to squeeze something out of the day, but couldn't put anything together there, so probably wrap up for the day. I don't anticipate it getting too crazy here. It could be rotational, so I'll be back tomorrow.